podcasting on the YouTubes. I am streaming. That's what I'm doing. I can't stream both at the same time for some reason. Yeah, right now I'm trying to do drawing on the whole Twitch on the on. I'm trying to do. I want to do my animation on both, and just do games on Twitch. But for some reason, it's not letting me do both. No, I literally just hit broadcast. Well, right now I have the stream is starting, and I can Hello, everyone! I'm sorry, I was having some extreme technical difficulties trying to get this stupid thing up and running. But, we got it. Hello, everyone! I'm sorry, I was having some extreme technical difficulties trying to get this stupid thing up and running. But, oh no, we got it. Hello, everyone! I'm sorry, it's an endless loop of insanity. Mute. Okay, there. So it was picking up my YouTube. And so it was echoing and then an infinite echoing. Okay. Okay. Jay is an angry driver. There you go. I just called you out on stream, bro. Oh, Brandon's on. Awesome. Now, let's see if I can switch over to the correct thing so I can actually start showing off my awesome animation skizzles. Please like and subscribe if you have not subscribed. Scribbling is fun. I scribble all day long. I have 2 subscribers on Twitch right now because I'm cool. I think they're just followers, to be honest. But yeah, well, I need 1,000 people to say, "Yo, bro, you cool," and then I can like survive. And I just need 1,000 people to subscribe, and then finally I can be paid to do this. So we're going to take the first layer and we're going to add some color because this white light is blinding me and I don't like it. So we're going to try to get like a warmish kind of tan color. Here we go. Yep. Yes, must destroy the white. The white supremacy is evil. How dare. Only black lives matter. I mean, what? No, I'm not muted. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not racist. Bro, that's exactly what a racist would say. No, I'm kidding. Oh, no. I accidentally moved my screen around. Okay, so now we go to the fill tool. Fill tool. Boom. Fill it. Boom. That's too orange. So let's go over here and select this and see what we get now. Boom. That's too yellow. Okay, let's try this color. Nope. That's too pink. That's too yellow. Bro, you are molasses in winter. Just so you guys know, I'm on the phone. Okay. Goodbye. Have fun. Don't die. Okay. So yes, I am animating, and what I'm going to be animating is is like special effects. So like explosions, lightning, fireballs, campfires, flashes of light, some cool stuff like that. That's what I'm going to be animating. Right now, I am drawing with I'm using Krita, which Krita 5 just came out. And Krita 5 is amazing. They've added in a whole ton of new stuff to make life easier for animators. They started doing animation in Krita 3, but it was the most clunk. The most clunk. You have hunger for the learn. Yes. Yes, I shall do the teach. Well, right now, we need to get a new color. Okay, so I just downloaded Krita 5, and, like, the color picker is all weird. So I'm going to use the magical Krita color picker. If I left-click, it pulls up with this, and then I can just be all like, I want this color to be more on the darker gray side. But I want just a little bit of the warmth. There we go. And now we can, boom, that's much better. No longer blinding light in my face. Okay, so now we need to get a good pencil out. We go to layer 2. We want to have a nice color, so I'm going to use the Magic Critic Color tool again, and I'm going to slap that to black for the moment. I'm going to do an explosion. So an explosion's going to start off. So right now I'm going to do straight ahead animation. So the reason why I'm doing VFX right now instead of like character animation. Character animation is very in depth and it's really hard to do. First you have to be really good at drawing people, and then after you get good at drawing people, you have to be able to make them express and emote and such like that, and that's really hard. So we're gonna do some real simple basic stuff. Like we could do like the bouncing ball, the most boring and basic of all of them. You just have like a ball fall in. Here's the ball right here. It's just gonna fall, right? This is a really bad circle. Okay. Switch to the eraser tool and erase this really bad circle because it's ticking me off. Okay. We're gonna get a nice circle. Boom. Okay. Okay. And then it's gonna fall. So we're gonna go to the next keyframe and we're gonna have it fall. So we're gonna go left click and we're gonna go keyframe. Boom. Keyframe. Insert keyframe. Left, right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, keyframe is now on here. Let's turn on our onion skin. The onion skin is our ability to see what we've previously drawn, right? So if we turn on our onion skin, we can now see the frame before it and the frame after it. Previous frame is going to be red, next frame is going to be green. So let's go here. And we got to turn that on with this little light bulb, right? So the previous frame is now in red, and we see the ball is there. So the next one is going to have, the next frame here is going to be the ball falling. So the ball is going to be here now. That's really bad. Oh man. Guys, I can't draw. No, we want to try to get it about the same size. And we don't want to copy and paste it. Because if you copy and paste it, it's going to look weird, okay? Because life looks weird. Because life doesn't do that. We constantly see a different image over and over again when we look at the world. And if it looks exactly the same as it falls or whatever, it's going to trigger in our brain that it's artificial. It's going to look artificial. So we don't want to do that. Also, we want to lengthen it a little bit because gravity is pulling on the closest atoms first. And so it's grabbing the end of it and pulling it. And the softer your thing is, so like let's say this is a water balloon, right? It's going to pull on the side to the ground first before it pulls on the back part. And so the water balloon is going to stretch as it falls. And this is one of the principles of animation is stretch. Gives it more life. And so we want it to stretch a little bit. And right now I'm going to use the transform tool to fix this up just a little bit. So it's stretching more, pointed toward the ground. Actually, I'm going to have it go like that. Yeah. Ooh. And make it a little bit bigger. Slightly more narrow. Boom. So it's starting to go that way. And then I'm going to move it, give it a little bit of momentum going forward. So it kind of arcs a little bit. And so then the next one, left click, keyframe, insert keyframe left. You know what, I'm going to animate this on 2s. So then I'm going to move this keyframe here and this keyframe and move there, right? So our eye is able to see things moving in about 8 frames a second, but it looks choppy. For it to be smooth movement, it needs to be 24 frames a second. But if it's going to be fast movement, it's better to go and animate on 2s, which means we're going to animate every other frame. So we're only doing 12 frames a second, technically. Yeah, so this next one, we see that it's starting to fall. I'm actually going to turn on the onion layers behind it so I can see the previous frame before that frame. So like most animators traditionally, when you're using pencil and paper, would use a light table, so you could see several layers at a time, and as you went on, you put more on the pegboard, which would increase the amount of frames, and each piece of paper would hide slightly the page behind it on the light tables, and that projects the light through the paper so you can see what's coming in. So this next one, I'm going to go back to my brush, which is actually a pencil. We're going to space it out. It's gaining speed toward the ground, and we want it to try to keep some of the same volume because we're stretching it. And I'm kind of drawing at a funky angle, so I need to repair this a little bit. And yeah, so it's stretching out, but it's going to try to keep the same general volume. So like right there is about the same volume as the previous one, right? So then we stretch it a little bit, and then it comes in a little bit because it's doing that. So it's falling there, like, let's make it a little bit further like that, right? Then we're going to go here, and keyframes, insert keyframe left, and then let's keep going. Go back to my pencil tool, go, and it's starting to get, we're going to have the ground like right here, right? So there's the ground that we're going to be hitting like that. So yeah, so we're falling down. Sorry for my squeaky chair. Let's go to pencil. There we go. And so there's going to be the ground. So we're going to have our... Why am I drawing at an angle again? Okay. We're going to try to do this here. Kind of a cheery drop shape like that. Erase this. Erase the ground. Okay. So I'm going to do the ground on a different cell so that it can persist longer than just this frame. And then on top of that, I need to turn this a little bit, just like that. And then boom. Okay, so cell stands for cell stands for celluloid, which I'm going to add a layer. So in Photoshop and Krita it's layers, but this would have been done on celluloid. So you would have put it on paper, and then you would copy it to a piece of clear plastic, and the clear plastic at the time was called celluloid because it was made from cellulose. So it's actually a piece of paper that they chemically turned into plastic which is actually really cool. So that's your celluloid, and so they call the different animation layers cells. So if I put a different cell here, and I go to the straight line tool, and I make a flat black line like this, boom. Now we have the floor that it's going to be bouncing off of. And that I can just have persist throughout the entire thing, and I can just animate around it. So that's the reason why you can have the backgrounds on different layers. So you want your background, so the sky layer and such, and like if there's like a city or whatever is going to be back there too. And then you're going to have a midground, which is going to be where your characters are going to be, but it's going to be slightly behind your characters, which is going to be like the ground and like buildings that are in between you and the background. And then you're going to have your foreground, which you can put like some bushes or like chairs or whatever to give you that sense of depth. And then you can use parallax to make it to where it moves. It feels more like a 3D movement. So like if you're like going to be moving across, let's say you're in Central Park in New York is where you're setting your scene, and you have your characters walking through Central Park. You're going to have the sky, maybe the bay, and some far away buildings in your background. Then you're going to have trees and the grassy area of Central Park and maybe a couple of buildings. And then you're going to have like a park bench in front. And then you move each one at a different rate, and it feels like you're in a 3D environment even though you're just layers of 2D drawings. So that's really cool. I really like parallax and the way it moves. And a lot of films and stuff do it well, but others don't do it very well, and you can kind of tell. And those are typically like lower budget things. Oh man, I'm getting out of breath. Okay, so we want this arc here, and if you look, this arc that's happening here, these guys are inside the arc, but this one isn't. So if I go back to that frame, go back to layer 2, go back to that frame, you see the arc that we got going on here? This middle one does not follow the arc. So if I go to transform, I can move it here a little bit and maybe angle a little bit better. And now you can see the arc is being repaired. But now this one seems off. So we're going to go back and repair that one by moving it around just a little bit like that. So there's our arc. And then now we can go to our new keyframe. Create blank frame. There we go. Keyframes are typically when you aren't doing pose to pose. Like I'm doing pose to pose. No, I'm doing straight ahead. Sorry. I'm doing straight ahead animation right now. But when you're doing pose to pose, each of those poses are going to be a different keyframe. And then after you do those keyframes, so you know exactly where the characters and the setting and everybody's going to be in, all of those areas, those are the keyframes. And then after that, you do your extremes, which I'll show you extremes here in a second. And then you do your extremes, which are also known as your breakdown poses. And then you're going to in between, which goes and does the poses in between those. But right now, doing straight ahead, so I'm doing all of the frames in line, which helps makes more fluid things happen, but it's less planned. And so if you're doing like character animation that way, there's a good chance that your character is going to slowly shrink as you go, or it'll slowly enlarge as you go, and it's going to look a little wonky. So we're going to be doing the basics today. And right now we're just doing this like a little water balloon falling on the ground. It's not going to explode. Actually, I might make it explode. Explosions are cool. Actually, let's play it back. Let's see what it looks like right now. We're gonna, oh wait, stop, go back, set end frame, set end time, and now we can just play it. Boop, boop, boop. You just see it appear and just drop. That's what we got going right now. Let's go to layer 3 and get rid of this arc. Oh man, some crazy things are happening. We are revealing layer 2 somehow. It's just a mess up with the computer glitch. But yeah. And we hit play. So now it's just falling. Really, really jagged falling. That's what we're doing right now. Okay, stop. Go back to the beginning. We're gonna go to the correct cell layer. You know what I want to do? I want to move this onion skin onto its own thing and then compress this a little bit so we can make use of our entire paper. Now let's go to the cell 3 and we're gonna, well, layer 3, which is technically our mid-ground cell, and we're gonna move this down a little bit. Oh nope, that's twisting. Oops. Undo. I don't know how to draw. Okay, go back. There we go. And now we're going to go to this one. This one only moves. The other one does all sorts of cool transformation things. Okay, so we move that down there, like that. That's nice. Okay. So, yeah. Now we're going to go back to our pencil tool. And then go to layer 2, go to our Blake frame, and we're going to make another extreme pose here. This is the longest it's going to get. It's an extremely stretched. It doesn't know that the ground's there, and it's hurtling as fast as it possibly can toward the center of the earth. But remember, we want to keep the same-ish volumes, so it needs to be a little bit thinner. And now we can use this transform tool to make it look even better, but we're gonna extremify it. And you know what? I have discovered that I like the way this is going. I'm going to sneeze. That's what I'm going to do. Ow. Okay. There, I just exploded myself. Explosions are cool. Okay. Boom. Let's move these around because I don't like the way they're going here. We're going to take this one and we're going to slow it up a little bit. It's not going as fast. We're going to go then to the next one. We're going to slow it up a little bit. Like that. And then we're going to take this bad boy, move him over here. This guy here, see, look, he's the same height, but he's not as wide. So we're going to, oh yeah, like that. Oh yeah, perfect. It's coming in right here like this. That means that one's off, so let's fix this one so it's a little bit more curvy. Curve that's going through. And then I'm going to create Blake frame. Boop. Now it's going to hit the ground. And when it hits the ground, its whole universe is going to change, right? You know, when you hit the ground, flash of white light, you impact, and you like crumple in. It's painful. Well, that's what this ball's going to feel when it hits the ground. Okay? So it's going to like mush into itself. Make it explode. I'm gonna bounce it one more time and then have it explode. That's what I'm gonna do. Explosions are fun. This whole stream is supposed to be the explosion stream. So the next bounce is gonna make it explode. So it's gonna bloop bloop explode. Cause it's a water balloon hitting the ground. Mushroom cloud it all. Oof, bro. Oh man. It's not gonna. Okay, I'm gonna do a mushroom cloud explosion in a bit. At the moment, it's just gonna explode like a water balloon. Okay. The glass bottle trick. Oof. Okay, so this new one, it's going to hit the ground. When it's going to hit the ground, the bottom is going to expand as it's being shoved into itself. So it's hitting the ground here, expanding like this. It's going to go, ow, right? But the back end thinks that it's still falling. So its inertia is resisting the state of change. So we're going to have this big rolling blob at the moment. If this was like, so this is canonically a water balloon, okay? If it wasn't a water balloon, if it was more like a bouncy ball, it would not deform this much, right? This is an exaggerated deformation situation. Okay, so the next one, we're going to create a Blake frame. And we're going to completely, like, this area here is going to be all bulged out like that. This one's going to be all bulged out like this. And it's actually its inertia and momentum is going to make it cave in a bit. Like that. But it's a 3D object, so I'm going to have a little bit of a slosh over here and over here, right? So it's going to, the middle part is going to become a concave little bowl as it squishes in upon itself. But not enough to make the water balloon explode yet. That's coming up later. This is when you accidentally throw it into the grass and it plops 3 times. Okay, so now that it's imploded in on itself, it's going to, the rubber of the outside of the water balloon is going to pull it back together. So it's going to reform into a ball. And as it reforms into a ball, it's going to push against the ground. And pushing against the ground is going to launch it back into the air as it reforms back into the ball. And that's the reason why bouncy balls bounce and stuff. So it's going to start to reform back into a proper ball shape. It's still a little squished, but it's reforming back into its proper ball shape. And then we're going to push it back into the air. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to have it starting to leave the ground, but it's starting to plop back into the air. And it's going to slowly accelerate into the air. Like a little bit. Just like a little bit. But now, it now has all that momentum pushed inside of it and then formed itself back together. And now it's going to careen in this motion here. And so it's going to whoop. And then it's going to lose all of its momentum and slow down here. And then fall back down to the planet this way. But we went like a gentle arc. So like this. Right? And then it's going to come down. It's going to hit here. And then we're going to have our explosion. Right? That's the plan at least. I need to switch to my eraser. Erase all this. Oh man, I need a bigger eraser. My keyboard, it's all the way over there. I need to hit shift. shift. Now we can big eraser, yeah. Very lightly with a little eraser and in here. Oh man, what happened to my voice there? Like, okay. And then we can hit shift and make it less of an issue. Not as, oh man, oof, control was being crazy. Okay, now we're gonna, there you go. That's a good medium size eraser right there. Okay, now we're gonna switch back to our pencil. I draw this a little bit better. Do you want to check it out? You want to see what's happening? We're going to set the in frame right here. Set, no, not the start time. That's the set in time. And then here we set the start time. Boom. And now we can hit stop, play. See, look. It falls and then compresses into itself and goes back to normal. I feel like we overdid the cup situation. Instead, we could just like disconnect and make a little bit more of a dense. Bloop. You can just hear it. You can just hear it go bloop. Okay, stop. So yeah, so this one here, we're gonna clean that up a bit. I'm just gonna. We're going to do the old bean trick. The old bean trick is to make it like shaped like a jelly bean, right? Like this. And then we just put a little dent right here. That way it indicates what's happening without being too over the top. Oh man. My drawing's so jagged. So these are roughs. Like, I'm rough sketching here, like, real bad. It is not clean in the slightest. You go back and you clean these up. You can even do, like, vector cleaning to where it's, instead of pixel data, it's in there as an algorithm. And then the algorithm makes it to where you can infinitely scale the situation so that you can, you know, like, zoom in and zoom out. And it stays the same shape and look, and it doesn't lose fidelity. Because if I were to zoom in really, really hard right now, like right here, if I zoomed in really hard, all that's pixelated, gross. And that super pixelation, if you try to like do a high quality like animation and you like go in and it's super pixelated like this for like a scene, that's going to look real gross, so we don't want to do that. Wait, we need to come here and then zoom into the page like that. Somebody just messaged me on Facebook. What the heck do they have? What the heck do they want? Thank you for welcome to my first YouTube stream. Like, it's real gross. It's beautifully gross. That's what we got going on right now. Who is this? Are you still wanting to help with... oh, yes. Yes. Everybody's messaging me. I got messages from this person. I'm sorry, guys. I'm checking messages instead of actually like doing what I'm supposed to be doing. What's wrong with me? Just, oops, what just happened? Technical difficulties here. Um, yeah, so let's get back to the stream. So yeah, we're gonna go back and watch it again. See, look, it looks. I think it looks a little bit better. Like I could have added in a little bit more of. I could make it smoother by putting it more on ones. I could go back and in between and make it look a little bit smoother, but let's let's go do the next frame. Okay, pause this. 18 here is our next frame. Create play frame. And we're gonna he's like completely launching himself in the air. So we're gonna do our next more of an extreme pose of him like exploding outward here. But remember, we want to try to keep that volume that it has. So it's going to be thinner as it goes. And it's going to teardrop a little bit. There we go, right? And the line weight, oh man, line weight can indicate shadow and stuff. So now it looks like there's a shadow going over here because this is a thicker line weight. There we go. It's a little bit better. Now we can thicken up this line weight a little bit and be like, oh yes, it's just the darkness. The darkness. Right? Bloop. What the heck? Okay. Yeah, so right now I'm getting messages from one of my clients trying to get me to talk about what he's doing. But, like, no offense to anyone, to be 100% honest, okay? I really like his concept and I really want to work for him. But right now it's in a space where it needs a little bit more work. And so because of that, I don't want to like hype up my brand new channel by hyping up his stuff at this exact moment, right? I like his stuff and I want to do his stuff and I want to hype it, but when it's ready to be hyped, right? I feel like it's really early on in that project right now, and we still have a lot of work to do on it. And I just started this freaking channel, like I started it last year, but I haven't really worked on the channel, and I've just started like working hard on my YouTube channel. and I don't want to like immediately go into doing his thing. But I don't know. He's not even watching right now. Like, if he wants to hype me to hype his stuff, he should like watch my stuff. Okay, I'm gonna do my obligatory refix this. Yeah, that's good. This one needs to be moved a little bit more to the center of the original mass. There, and then this one is a little going way too far off that way. So like you can see what I'm talking about, like when I'm saying that straight ahead you can lose volumes, you can not put it exactly where it needs to be. Then you have to go back and move everything around, and if you already did like the vast majority of your character animation in straight ahead animation, you might have to go back and change a ton of drawings just to get it to work right. Right? You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Right now it's like putting most of its momentum up, but it still has a little bit of that forward momentum. So if you look, I still have my stuff staggered to the right slightly, right? So it has that forward to the right movement, but at the moment it's still going to be close to its center of mass. And because we're doing this on twos, I need to space things out just a little bit more, I think. Yeah, so like that. There we go. Next frame. So we create a blank frame. Don't make a cyberpunk out of it. Yeah, we don't want it to be what I think you're talking about is the video game cyberpunk, because cyberpunk as a genre is amazing, but like don't make cyberpunk out of it. I think you're talking more like the video games starting off like in shambles. I don't wanna start anything off in shambles. Okay, so back to pencil. That's not the pencil, that's the square tool. Okay. So this one, it's lost some of its momentum, so it's not going to bounce as high as its original point. Right? Yeah, it's a game. So yeah, so the Cyberpunk game was unfinished at the beginning. And like, I don't want to do things unfinished to start with and then patch the crap out of it. Oh, Christian. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. But like, there's still corners you can cut. Like the first season of Ruby. We're all nerds here, right? So the first season of Ruby, they had like shadow cardboard cutouts for background characters. Because those were the unimportant characters that they didn't need at the moment, but they're in the background. What am I saying? Yeah, so they cut a lot of corners doing the by just making yeah. So they had a lot of cardboard cutouts of characters instead of actually having full character designs and such, because they have limited resources and time and such. It's where that's what they did. Red versus Blue didn't have a story that required background characters, so because of that, every character had a character design and stuff. So this one, so this ball that's falling down, we're gonna have it explode at the end. So as it's falling down, it's gaining momentum. Now, as it's going up, it's losing momentum, right? Its momentum is the only thing carrying it through, whilst the gravity itself is yanking on it. So it's going to slow down and then fall, because as it slowly loses its momentum, gravity will slowly gain more So gravity is a constant force, and it's going to be pulling on it, and it's going to slowly lose momentum as it goes due to the gravitational force, which is going to pull it back to the ground. So right now, it's going up, but it's losing momentum as it goes. So we're going to slowly slow it down. And as it slows down, it's going to become more ball-shaped, very similar to the reverse of what happened at the beginning. So it's slowly losing its momentum. It's going to go back into being a ball. So right here, it's a ball shape. And then it's back to its original ball shape. It's going to then start falling again. And this angle, I think, is a little bit off, but who cares? Who cares? I'll fix it later. That's the cool thing about digital. You can just fix it later. While drawing, you have to erase it, redraw it. Let's see what we have right now. Set in time, stop, play. So yeah, because we have it on 2s is what's making it look kind of choppy. Yeah, I went too far to the right. It's going to bounce a little bit more vertically. Because I have it almost straight down at that point, and then it curves a little bit too far to the right. Unless I have this as an angled surface, and then that would give it more angular momentum. But yeah, it's also stopping, I think, for a little bit too long at the bottom there. It looks like it's under its own power starting to blob back up. It's okay. I can fix that. Watch this, okay? I'm going to pause this. I'm going to stop it. We're going to go here. You know what? Let's just set it all to 1s. Because it's a fast-paced situation. So we'll just pop it to 1s. Just going to speed it up incredibly. Incredibly sped up is what's going to happen. But we're gonna move it to 1s and see what happens. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Okay. Now we're gonna set a new in frame. Just here. Set in time. Play. Boop. Now it's too fast. It's too fast now. You gotta slow it down. Yeah, so I think 2s was the right move. We just need to do in betweens. That's what I'm thinking. So let's put it back to 2s. So we're gonna move 12 all the way over here to 24. We're gonna move to 22. So here we're gonna put that over there. We're gonna put that there. Put that there. Put that one there. Put that one on 12. Put that one on 10. 8. 6. 4. 2. It's okay, Christian. You can hang out with me all you want. Screw work. Like, who needs it? I'm kidding. So end time, hit play. Okay, I need to fix that. It's bugging me. So we're gonna go to our trusty dusty selector transform tool. We're going to go to this one here. Move it. We're gonna angle it up a little bit more straight up. This one here, we're gonna angle it a little bit straighter, and we're gonna bring it in a bit. This one here is also going to be, move it down a little bit, and over here. And this one we're gonna move right there. So that should work a little bit better. We hit the play button. Boop. That arc's a little bit better. Yep. It's not as snappy as it should be. I think I can fix that by moving a couple of frames together. Okay. I know what to do. Okay. You see this frame here? That's when it deforms. I'm going to move that to ones there. Right? And then, so have those three run at ones. So it goes faster. But then move it back to twos for bounce up. So the impact goes faster. Let's see how it goes. That's a little bit better, I think. Actually, I think I'm going to space it out just a little bit, because that squish, I think we're losing it here. Let's lock this. We're losing that squish a little bit. It needs a half-second squish impact that we're starting to miss. Okay. Hit pause. We're gonna this squish frame and just extend it a little bit, and then hit play and see what happens. There we go. That emphasizes the squish there just for like a half second. I know the onion skin is popping in and out. Let's turn the onion skin off. Hit stop, hit play again, so that I don't have to deal with that at the moment. We want to have that stay. Show me all the frames, yes. All of them, I want all these frames. Bloop, 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 bloop. That's nice. That's nice. I like that one. Do you know what it needs? It needs a slightly, a little bit more of a punch at the beginning. That's what we need. Okay. Let's pause it. Let's select all of these. And move all of them over like 6 frames. Then we can have it. Now we can hit play. Yep. Then we hit this for the start frame. That's not what I want. Frame 6 to start at frame 0. Then set start time, play. Boop. Boop. So it's there for a bit and then falls. then I can do this. Pause, because that's a problem. Okay. So right here, we're going to hit the transform tool. Transform this. We're going to move it. No, this one. Yes. This one. Create a blank frame. Turn on this. So we see where everything is. It's previous frame. And we're gonna move it just right here. Yeah. I can't draw. Okay. There we go. And then we move that actually like right there. And then we hit the play button. So we're gonna go back to there. Set the end time at 30. Set end time. And then play. Bloop. Yeah. And then we can make that first frame look less static by adding in another frame. Stop. You right there. Okay. We're gonna create black frame, and then have you seen the new movie Encanto? Encanto's a pretty interesting movie. It's a metaphor for family togetherness. Just not bad. I don't know. I've only seen pieces of it. I haven't seen the actual movie in its entirety, so I have no room to talk here. But I feel like Encanto, it's just a little weird. It's just a little weird. That has a lot of weird songs that my sister loves listening to. So like, yeah, it's hovering in the air there for a second, and then it drops. Boop. That way our brain doesn't just see the drop. It actually like goes, here's an object, and then it falls. Right? So yeah, so our water balloon now needs to fall and explode. That's what we're gonna do. Spice it up. Spice it up with some explosions. Well, more of a burst. It's gonna be more of a burst explosion. Water and such is hard to do, but like, I don't know what happened, but like, this was supposed to be explosions, and then I just made it a bouncing ball again. You know, because like that's what you do. You just do some bouncing balls constantly. I'm gonna listen to some music because I like music. You guys don't get to listen to music. No, I'm kidding. I might put on some royalty free music. That's what I should do. That's what I wanted to do earlier, but instead I got a whole bunch of other crap that I was just drug through. There's no room for my keyboard on my desk, which is annoying. Okay, so now we're gonna type in royalty free music for streaming. Royalty free music for creators. No copyright claims. Your favorite beat makers. We use cookies. Okay, yeah, whatever. Mood inspiring, calm, energizing. We need energizing music. We need to throw the energy into the stream. Hit play. I'm gonna turn that volume way down. Ah, it's so loud. No wonder it's royalty free. Not that great. Let's turn that down. Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know, am I quiet? Is anybody still watching my stream? If they are, please let me know if I'm being way too quiet. Oh, I still have 2 people watching. Awesome. Awesome! Whoa. Yeah, let me know if I'm too loud, too quiet, or anything. Oh, it's perfect? Oh, awesome. What about this music? I don't know if I like it. You're getting into the groove? Okay. Well, that's perfect then. Getting into the groove. Then we got it. Okay. Let's pause this. Let's create blank frame. I wanted to hover here just for a second. Just a second longer. So I'm gonna draw another circle. Just a little bit off from this one. Change the shape slightly. That's a hairy water balloons. That's what we need. We need hairy water balloons, like the egg from the Mandalorian. Okay. And then it's gonna fall again. So yeah, so you can tell that the resistance to change tells you a lot of different properties about the object itself. So like, if it like almost didn't change at all, you'd see like, you'd be like, ah, that's like a bowling ball. But then like this one is real squishy. So like that's a water balloon, right? Or maybe it's a golf ball, to where it just doesn't even deform. It just pinks somewhere else. Oh yeah, this song's a little bit more of a vibe. Boom, pop, boom, pop. And of course, I have to go back through here and fix everything. I kind of want to fix this a little bit more. This one here, I'm actually going to move this to there. And then this one here, I'm going to actually... Yeah, there we go. And so yeah, so the point of this stream is to like get people into animation. Like, animation's fun. A little bit annoying. At least on my understanding of it. Like, it's tedious. That's a better way of phrasing that. It is fun yet tedious. It's like building a computer. Building a computer is fun, but you got to make sure everything's plugged in right, everything's doing its thing properly, and if there's a problem, you have to spend hours troubleshooting it. But yeah, but like, this is not a smooth curve. Here, let's map out the arc on a different cell. I'm gonna move my onion skin over here in the corner. We're not using this space, right? Why are you being dumb? Okay, so we're not using this space here at the moment, so we can put it up there, and I can now add in more layers. Let's put this layer down here. Let's just map it all out, right? Let's go back to the beginning. Starting here, I'm gonna map out my arc a little bit. And I just happen to have an arc tool. That's actually really weird. Okay. Using the arc tool. What? This arc tool. There we go. Oh wow, that's an interesting way of doing the arc tool. Turns out I'm just bad at this. Okay, so do the arc, then there we go. It's a little bit better. Now it's just a line tool. Oh, I see now. Okay, so I just want to point out I'm not an idiot. This is new software. Yeah. That's an arc tool, bro. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Oh no. So it's not only is it an arc tool, it's an arc shape. This thing's super strange. Okay, I need to erase all this. So switch to my eraser. Hit shift. We're gonna. Okay, well you may like it, but it's not working for what I need it to work with. I need to make an arc, not weird zigzaggy arc, weird strange monstrosities of shapes. Okay. So if I use this arc tool, let's go back to pencil. use the arc tool. Okay, so now I can click this. Here's where I want it to end, but I can only control the arc this way. That's lame, actually. I need to do the other end. Okay. Guys, we're figuring it out. So yeah, switch back to eraser mode. Erase this. Okay. I figured it out. I'm not stupid. I know what I'm doing. No, I need to go back to that. Click back to that. Go to there. So here, we're gonna go to this point here, and then create an arc based off of what are you doing? No. Okay. Here we go. Here's the arc. Boom. It's not even the arc. Okay. That's right. So yeah, this is Critta 5. It just came out. Sup, bud? How you doing? I am in the process of doing the arts, and I screwed up again. Man, this tool is just weird. Okay, let's just freehand it then. So yeah, so we want this arc to smoothly come down like this, and then bounce back up and arc like smoothly. Smooth arc. So when we watch what we're doing here, we can see how the arcs work. Let's go back to layer 2, hit play. Bloop, bloop. Yeah. This arc is kind of off. Also, this arc looks really gross. So let's pause this, go back to layer 4, and erase it. But my point stands. This arc is kind of funky. So go to the translation, go back to layer 2. So yeah, it goes into a nice gentle arc, and then I have it just like flopping over here. So we're gonna start here. Here's pretty well done. This one, on the other hand, we need to move it a little bit more there. This one, move that there like that. This one we move right there. That's a better arc, right? More organic. You know what? I might even change this one here. Just move it down a little bit. It's just a little too high. Snap functions are cool, but I don't like it when I need to go in between the snap functions. Oh man, just there we go. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, I like this song better. It's a bit more of a jam. Okay, so now our next frame, I said that when we hit the ground this time, we were going to explode. So, to the explosion. And try not to disconnect my headphones. There we go. Yeah, so I'm going to create a blank frame here, and we're going to make similar to what we made last time. This is the eraser, there's the pencil tool. Okay. So it's going to hit the ground and bubble. It's going to bubble out here like this, kind of mushroom a little bit. Because all of this momentum is shoving into the middle of this water balloon. So it's like a reverse mushroom cloud. If we look at this frame here, it's kind of what I'm trying to recreate. So I had a little bit more of a triangle going on. So let's try that a little bit. So it hits the ground here, and it bubbles a little bit, and it's kind of coming in like this. We want to try to make sure that the volumes are about the same. So I'm gonna do this. It's gonna hit there like that. Put it more this way. Oh no, one of my friends is in the ER because of her tooth. That's too bad. Like that. And then this time, and then it's gonna collapse in and then explode. So it's gonna whoop, boosh. But let's watch it for right now. Let's set the end time to be here. Hit play. So yeah, so we're gonna and explode. So stop. You're gonna go here, create blank frame. You're gonna have it hit and curl in. Do our basic bean shape like this. We're gonna curve it up a little bit like that. So it's gonna bean there like that, and then right here is gonna be under a lot of stress, and then it's going to, when it goes back and around, it goes explosion. So it's gonna turn to a ball shape like this. So our original ball is going to be like that, right? Except for it has a nice little rip in the middle of it like that, right? And water's going to start spraying out like this. And the outside is just going to crack open like that. Can't forget that this is a three-dimensional shape, so there's an inside now and an outside like that. And now we have water rushing out, and it still has this momentum pointing that way, so that's where the water is going to spray to. But some water is still going to go that way, right? It's going to spray open in this general budding direction, right? So the water is going to go and it's gonna do this cool little ripple. I love this ripple situation that it does here like this. Because it still has all of the momentum that the water balloon started with, right? And that rip is going to slowly go through and tear open. Yeah, I actually like this song. This song's a lot better than the first song. The first song, it was a vibe, but it wasn't my vibe. So here's going to be a chunk of it going off this way. There's another chunk that's... The rubber water balloon has just exploded. So all of the pieces that just ripped up are now contracting in on themselves and going and becoming pretty much nothing. So that's what I'm trying to... That's what I'm trying to do, is make this kind of like a little explosion here. Some of it still is on the ground here. It still has water in it. So the water is still coming out. This piece here is going to be like back that way like that, torn up into a little piece. Another little piece is going to be over here like that. Maybe have like a little piece here. So this is the water balloon itself. There, now the water's doing a bit of like a laminar flow situation here. So this here is going to be the main mass of the water coming out. So it's going to come out like this. Right? This little piece is also going to be spraying, but like little pieces of it are like going to be breaking off and throwing. I'm a little quiet. Okay. Let me try to fix that. How about this? Am I louder now for you? So this becomes its own little water drop. And it's coming this way. And then this side here is going this way, like that. It's balling up. So water itself has surface tension, which is its force trying to keep it together. And that molecular force that's trying to keep it together keeps it blobbed into these little water bubbles, these little water beads. But then the beads themselves get stretched by the forces on them. So there's some water coming out here. Coming up here like this. Some water coming out here. Some water coming down here like this. Water's still there like that. And then let me know if my mic's too soft. I've been having a lot of problems with my mic lately. Then we go there like that. Let's turn this off for a second. Just see what we have. Right? And so we're going to set this as the new end frame. Set end time, hit play. Bloop. Bleesh. That looks about right. Might need to be a little bit faster. I think the explosion itself needs to be on ones to just really get the speed of the explosion figured out. And then yeah, so pause that. I'm still gonna draw it on twos, but then like that's starting to become a mess. Let's turn these off. There, just so we can see the last frame. Now, what we want to do here is keep the momentum it has, right? Actually, let's add in a little bit of spray coming off of all of these. We'll get a little bit more jagged. So yeah, so when the flow itself is high, the water's going to be turbulent and tearing itself apart a little bit. So let's make it a little bit more jagged. We still want it to be, you know, fluid like water. Also, if you make a lot of jagged lines, we get a slightly better understanding of the form itself, but we also get a little bit better line weight, so we can better see what's going on. So the water is now exploding out, and right now it's tearing itself apart and turning itself into a spray. And then these rubber pieces are getting smaller and smaller and like ruptured in on themselves. They're contracting. Because they're contracting, they're going to do all sorts of weird shapes as they fly about. And you're slowly not going to be able to see much of them. This is the reason why it looks like the water balloon itself just disappears after it explodes. It's because all that rubber contracts in on itself and squeezes itself to the smallest piece of rubber it possibly could be. Which the water is trying to do similar things. So yeah, so this is, so I've been doing the rubber layer first, and they're flowing in these kind of archy situations, and the water itself is turning itself into a spray that explodes out just everywhere. So here's our origin point, and we're just gonna just do spray in every which way. This. Right now I'm just getting the direction of each spray down. Then I'm going to come back and refine the shape and turn it back into like blobs of water. It's like, yeah. Look at this, like a fountain. Is my stream still going? Did it stop? I don't know. Still says I'm still streaming here on OBS. Let's see what this is. Alright. Yeah, I'm still streaming. It looks like there's nobody on my stream right now. Oof. Refresh this. Two people are watching still. Okay. Oh, man. Got a notification saying that everybody stopped watching, which is awful. Okay, let's get back to this. Okay, so I'm spraying. It's spraying out everywhere. So we're gonna have these little dots going this way. This big, goofy blob coming out like that of water. Some drops trailing behind in a kind of scattered fashion. Man, I should have done the spray lines on a different layer. Oof. So I'm gonna go here, go that one. I like this one a little bit better. It's a little bit more precise than the other one, big square one. I might leave some of them in, but the vast majority of the big ones need to go away. Yeah, like that. Okay. So yeah. So the water droplets that have the most momentum are going to be the water droplets that that are going to go the farthest, and the ones with the least momentum are going to turn themselves into little balls and then fall almost straight down when they lose all their momentum whilst it's being sprayed. Oh, man. You know what? I kind of want just like a little bit of one right here. So all the rubber pieces are just going to be lines on the ground now. Actually, we're going to like... I have this one still floating in the air right there. Yeah, so there's what's left of the rubber. This piece here is gonna go right there. So yeah, so this piece became that piece became that piece. This piece is balled up on the floor there. This one flipped completely over. This one is that piece there falling. That piece there falling. That piece, this piece is falling here. Just bleh, big explosion. And this water is gonna just spray everywhere. So yeah, so yeah, so its momentum is shredding itself apart, and it's trying as hard as it can to keep itself together, but it honestly can't. And I'm adding in these arcs as motion lines to try to convince the audience that this is where everything is going. And that is going real fast. You see the rubber, I have these jagged shapes. And the water here I'm trying to keep more smooth, rounded shapes. And like if you've seen like how a hose, like when you spray a hose, like all the little droplets that fall because it creates this long tail, and then the tail breaks and rips itself into these little pieces, and then those little pieces fall, and they've countered the momentum of the flow by ripping themselves apart is where the energy has gone, so it falls to the ground and just rains. Let's turn this off so I can see what's happening here. We need... There's so many little droplets of water.
Hey, this is Sencho. And this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take. And you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
So yeah, I'm having the vast majority of the water just spraying everywhere. These little cup shapes. I really like the little cup shapes that water makes. Let's just check out what we got going so far. So set in time and we hit play. Boop, bloop. Yeah, so the explosion takes too much time to happen. But it's okay. I can condense those frames onto ones, and we can see better the spray. Okay. Let's try to do this way then. We're gonna pause it. We're gonna Pop that together. All on ones. That. Set new end time on frame 48. Then hit play. Bloop. Yeah, so I think one more frame of everything pretty much settled. Two more frames. Two more frames of everything settling. And then I think we'll be pretty much done with this. With the bouncing ball. It's only taken me like what? This is 48 frames. So this is 2 seconds or so of film. No, because it's... Yeah, 1, 2, 3... About 4 seconds of film. Yeah, about 4 seconds of film. Yeah, so that's... It took me like, what, 2 hours? 2.5 hours? Yeah, 4 seconds of film and 2 hours, and it's just the roughs. So yeah, this is why it takes so long for TV shows and movies to come out. I don't know who my one watcher at the moment is, but thank you for hanging around. Yeah. I plan on taking this finished animation and putting it up on YouTube. And then possibly doing like a cut down version of the stream where I'm just so it's like an animation speed paint. I kind of like those, watching those, and maybe put like this guitar riff on top of it. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for playing this music. This music should be... I like it. So yeah, so if you want to see cool live videos like this and watch more of my content, consider subscribing. I also do Twitch. I have an Instagram, but I rarely post on that, to be 100% honest. But I'm gonna plan on I'm gonna plan on putting more on there. Yeah, I have some projects in the works. If you would like, you can consider supporting me on Patreon. Right now, I only have one tier, and it's $1. But I plan on getting stuff set up there, like having like a Patreon Discord, and having you guys vote on what kind of stuff you guys want to see. So there's perks, just not at the moment. I do have one Patreon. I have one patron, and it's actually my sister. So that's fun. yeah, let me know what kind of stuff you guys want me to do in the comment section or the live chat. I don't know. I don't care. Throw it down anywhere you can. I'll read that as much as I possibly can and try to figure out what's going on there. But yeah, so this is my bouncing ball exploding water. I think next I want to do like an actual like explosion, but I want to finish this. Do you guys want to see me color it? Because I could spend 4 hours coloring this. Um, I like that chat. It's pretty tame right now. So I feel like if I get any if I get popular, like chat might explode. And I don't know if I'm gonna handle that. I have dyslexia and I have problems sight reading. So like, yeah, that itself might be its own issue. But yeah, who wants to see an explosion next? Anybody? No? Okay. Well, I'm gonna do it. Can't stop me. This is my stream. No. So here's our completed mess. Bush. But yeah. So then I would go in and I'd clean this all up, do really nice, thin, precise lines, and I would color it in and like a coloring book, but like every page is the next panel. So there's like a whole ton of pictures here that you'd have to put in. It's like hitching here, right? Boom, right there. It's kind of hitching. I kind of don't like that. Yeah, so we're going to go to File, Save. We're going to save this as a save this as Water Balloon 1. Okay, now we're going to, after doing that, we're going to File, New, use this template. Ugh, that bright light again. The white! The white! It's so white! Okay, so we're gonna go over here to Water Balloon. We're gonna use the color picker to snag color. Go to layer 1. We're gonna do the fill bucket and just bloop. Oh yes, the white. It's gone. Now it is easy on the eyes. We're gonna exit that first one. Yes, I want to save it. Okay. Don't quite know what I'm saving. All I did was steal a color from it. There we go. Now we can do like a cool explosion. And this one I might actually color in. Because like explosions. I'm also going to do it on 1s instead of 2s. I just wanted to explain some principles with the ball bounce. But like, yeah, right now we're going to work on the explosion. And explosions are really cool. And like the different stylizations you can do for explosions are really nice. So like, I'm kind of pulling up some reference images so that I can better figure out what the heck what kind of explosion I want to do. Because I could do like a mushroom cloud explosion, or I could do like a or I could just do like a normal explosion. Because there's also like directional explosions. There's just your general round explosions. Like if like a bomb goes off in the air, those are going to be spherical because the energy is going to go out in every direction, right? Like nuclear explosions happen typically on the ground, and the reason why they have like the mushroom cloud and stuff is because they create a spherical explosion, but the bottom portion of the sphere is blocked by the ground, and then they're going so fast, so half of the sphere cloud of dust and such is being launched upward, and then the bottom portion of that is was just diverted sideways on the ground, and so you get the sphere, half sphere that's slowly going up, that's quickly going up, and the other half of that sphere got eaten by the ground, and so that's a directional explosion. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. If it's like crooked in the corner of like with a wall, it's gonna explode in a quarter sphere out from that point, and like it's gonna be a cascade from that point there, and so it's going to be like less of a. I'll show you what I mean. So let's start with blank frame. Create blank frame. No, edit, undo. We need to go to layer 2 and create a blank frame there. Create a blank frame. Okay. Oh. I'm sorry I'm flashing white lights at you. Which we might actually start with a white light flash. So that you get the explosion has happened kind of situation. You get the flash of light, poof, and then the cloud of destruction happening after that. So yeah, gonna go down to being a pencil again. We should put a flat ground bar in again. We need to go back to black for our color. So that's our thing there. And we'll just do an explosion around it. So we're gonna have like a canister. So we have a canister here. Create blank frame. We're gonna. Oh man. Ew. Okay, so we're gonna add in another cell. This back cell, we're gonna delete this frame. Okay, so now that's there. We're gonna erase the can. Oh, that was a really nice can, and we're gonna put the can on the explosion layer. Okay, so layer 3. Layer 3 is gonna be our explosion. Okay, so we're gonna put a little canister here. Create blank frame. So there's our canister. I'm gonna turn on this. Now our canister is going to expand first like this. See, look, it's starting to tear at its seams. There's like a crinkle in the can here. That crinkles when it's actually going to, where it's going to start to burst. You see there's a crack coming out there. And then here we're going to have the actual can tear itself apart into an explosion. I only want to like do another like 2 hours of this because 2 hour streams crazy. Let's see. Then yeah, we're gonna finally do the explosion. We're gonna have the explosion come out like this, and you can see it like actually like shred itself. At that point there, we're going to go to layer 1 and do some fun trickerizing on layer 1, right? So layer 1 here, create blank frame. Ah, the light. Take the color from here, and we're gonna put it here, like that. And then that's all we're gonna do with the background. We're just gonna go pop. So if we make just say pew 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 pew. Yeah, we're gonna give somebody a friggin' aneurysm playing that over and over again. Pop back up to layer 3. That's called an impact frame. Just boom, flash of white light. Disclaimer. There's a random bit of strobing. Please don't die. Oh, well, I messed that up. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Just erase all this. I'll turn that back to black. Right? And we're going to have this be flattened. This. Gnarled, twisted metal. On the ground like that. The top, we're going to have just flop over here. And then have the explosion happen. So the explosion's gonna come out across like this. This big, jagged situation. So it's going to come out as the jagged Christmas tree. Pew! And then a Christmas tree inside a Christmas tree. Yeah, so like that. This can's just flopping around over there. Pew! And then it's going to start to cool down a little bit as it hits the air. So what happens inside is it gets so hot, and whatever chemical reactions happening there is creating a lot of hot gases, and those hot gases are building up to the point in which the container can no longer contain them, and then they expel themselves outward. And as they expel themselves outward, the heat and everything. So as it explodes, the heat gets ejected, and the dust particles and the pieces of everything, they hit the outer atmosphere, which is much colder than the gases that are inside of it. And so it's going to slowly dissipate as it goes out. It's going to slowly cool off and lose energy as it does that. But it's still going to be fueled by the heat coming through it that it's going to go through. It's crazy stuff that's happening here. So, yeah. So we started with our little Christmas tree. Gotta love the Christmas tree. And then our little can lid falling over there. So yeah, so let's see what we're doing. It's gonna expand rapidly, cool the outer edge, and then the outer edge is going to become the mushroom cloud as the heat still rises from up underneath, and it's going to become a giant cloud instead of a yeah. So yeah, like that. Then create our new frame. And this is going to start going up like this. That. Right, yeah. Yeah, like that. And this is still gonna be like super hot in the inside. Going up. And it's a new wave of stuff, so it's not gonna be in the same space or shape as the one beneath it. It's new material expanding into the open atmosphere. Just pew. Right? And you know what? I feel like it might have been a little bit too slow here. So actually, I'm going to try to make it bigger. It needs to start big and then go small. Then go slow. So it needs to start going really fast. And then slow down as it goes. So I need to go bigger. So go in this direction here like this. And you want to kind of follow the blobs you've already created. But they can transform as you go, right? There. Now the next frame, you need to go even bigger. Complete frame. The direction is going to be more upward as we go, because the expansion comes out in a sphere, but the bottom half is being cut by the ground, and so it's still going in its angular momentum. It's just none is going this way, because that way, when it was here, when the piece was here, it was going away from center. So the piece is here, it's going away from center, but when it was here, it's going in this direction, right? So everything's going to go in generally an outward direction, but it's going to have this V shape because it wasn't able to blast straight that way because of the container that it was exploding in, right? So the vast majority of it's going to go in this upward direction instead of having it go expanding in a sphere. Though, if you have a powerful enough explosion, I guess it would go in a spherical sense. But the mushroom cloud that it creates is going to just go pretty much straight up. It's also going to create an updraft. So like the hot air here, so like the hot air is going like this, and it's going to cool down, and as it cools down it's going to loop under, which is going to actually push it up more as it goes, because the air is going to circulate in that kind of situation here because it's getting this updraft from the ground, so the air's pushing underneath, and so that pushes it up even more, and so we're going to end with like a bit of like a small mushroom cloud, not like a huge one. This isn't a atomic bomb. This is like, it's more like a smoke grenade. That's what's left of our canister. I love the concept of the can lid just bloop, 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 flopping around. Yeah, you just see it goes there, and there, it hits the ground there, and then it's tumbling this way at an extremely high rate of speed, so we can't track it with our eye quite perfectly, so we can just have it fly that way. Just so you know, this is going to strobe a little bit when I do consistent playback. Yeah, because I put in that impact frame of where the entire thing turns white for a second. Okay, so we want this to expand outward, and then it's going to cup into a little balloon and then dissipate. So as it goes, it becomes more and more dust cloud than it does explosive force. Because it's still expanding. Each piece of it that I got thrown out is still expanding itself. Oh no, I have a... Oh no, ads. I'm not getting paid for those ads. Heck, I'm not getting paid at all. I'm doing this because I feel like it. I wish I got paid for it though. That'd be nice. So this connective tissue that I have here is gonna slowly disintegrate underneath here. So it's gonna kind of do this thing like this, yeah, like that. I feel like I might be making it a little bit too two-dimensional, but it should be fine. It should be all right. But hey, at least we get an explosion happening. So this is starting to slow down. So we're gonna keep this kind of close to where it was. But it's expanding itself. This here, we're gonna have it expand a little bit more like this. This cloud is gonna come up like this. This is gonna come in like that, and it's gonna keep kind of moving up a bit and expand this way. Then we connect it with this here. Underneath here is gonna go do that. This here is gonna kind of go up a little bit. It's expanding itself, while still moving in quite a large momentum. And then this flash under here is gonna start dying out because it has less of itself that it's expanding. And its connective tissue is gonna fizzle inward like this. Heck, it might even go on like that. So yeah, I'm gonna have different colors. I'm gonna actually color this one. At least that's my plan. There we go. That core of insanity is going to go there, and then it's going to dissipate next time. And this one here is gonna, it's going a little bit off frame, but that's fine.
So let's set this at the end time and just watch what happens. Let's turn that off. Heck, we don't even see it right. That's kind of making me sad. I guess we'll do we can punch that frame. Do that impact frame later then, I guess. You just grab this one, move it over. There, like that. Now we don't have the impact frame, we can just see what's happening. So yeah, I did all this on ones, so it's like, boom! And that like took me what, like a half hour compared to last time? Yeah. Let's go back to layer 3. This last frame doesn't have the can. I see. Need the can lid. Okay. I'm gonna hang a little bit in the air. And I'm redrawing it because I want it to be, you know, I don't want it to feel static at all. This is an explosion. It should be the least static thing has ever happened. Alright. Oh man. Get my feet stuck on cables. It's really annoying. Okay. The camera's just flopping around. So yeah, you got a little bit of that a bouncing ball effect, right? So the can slowly, well, very rapidly expands, and then tears itself apart, flinging half the can in a random direction. There's no can lid here. Interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one doesn't have a can lid. So let's draw on a can lid. Let's favor this side. Do a jagged situation here. Do more jagged that way. Like that, yeah. Right? I think it looks good. I think because it's slowing down, I'll then animate it on twos. The exception of the can lid. Can lid stays on ones. Right? And just keeps flopping around till it's completely off screen. Yeah, that one's flying off the frame. Right, yeah. And now we don't have to deal with the can lid anymore, and so we can just do the rest of it on 2s. I like the idea of the cloud just kind of hanging here for a little bit. I'm sorry I've been quiet. I've been focusing. But, like, I like the idea of the cloud just kind of hanging here for a bit, just confused about what it wants to do with itself, just floating, and constantly like being pushed underneath and then spiraling around deeper into itself. So it's all just feeding forward. So yeah, so it's going to be feeding under there that way, and so that's getting sucked up, and then this is pushing this way, but it's also being pushed around by the air above it, right? Let me know if I'm not making any sense, or if I'm just rambling. It's the whole point of Alive. You're gonna interact with the boys, or girls, or whoever the heck is on my stream. Yeah, let me know if my mic's too quiet. Because I feel like my mic is always too quiet. I had to jerry-rig a mic together to work properly, so it might not work properly. If that makes any sense. So now I kind of want to pull this in a little bit and have the top part of it like cloudy bit there, and then like the top part is still being sucked in, right, like that. And this is starting to dissipate, so I'm drawing lighter and lighter lines as it goes like this. Let's do one more frame, and then we'll after this, and then we'll check it again. Now he has a mustache. Yes. He is now what I would like to call the mustache man. Bro, music whatever ads. We should let it know I'm promoting their service on screen, bro. Maybe they'll give me some money. In time, hit play. Yeah. Get that money. Well, right now I'm not getting any money. So hopefully, at some point, I get the money. If I get 1,000 subscribers. Ah, thanks, man. I haven't even colored it. Oh man, coloring takes forever. But yeah, so this is my mushroom cloud explosion. You'll get the money. Just keep working hard. I am a hard worker. Please give me the money. Let me just animate explosions for you. Okay, so how I was getting money, but not anymore, not consistently, is so the dude I talked about earlier, his name is I don't know if he wants me to put out his name. Okay, so I was working for this animation thing. Thanks. But like so I was working nobody can spell. That is what I've learned. Except for people who have decided that spelling is their life goal to just kind of just to hound on everybody else. Those are the only people who actually know how to spell, and they're awful people. You shouldn't hang out with them. I'm kidding. Okay, so yeah, so so I was working for Moxie. Moxie is what I was working for. Moxie is supposed to be this anime, and it's a really cool concept. I really like it. The problem is like he's trying to do every other anime's situation where they're all like, yes, this is all about high schoolers, but like he wants them like in the military. So high schooler military situation. So like that's kind of cool, I guess, but like that's not like the main crux of the story. The main crux is them being in the military. So I was all like, maybe if you aged him up a little bit, it would make more sense. And he's like, nah. I was like, okay. It's his story, right? The problem is, it's like the script isn't completely refined yet. And so it's really hard to animate without a clear script. That's the biggest issue. Clear script, you have to have that. But the script itself isn't I think quite finished yet. So that's what we were working on. Was that I was working on concept art stuff. But I keep tuned for more Moxie information. Because I guess I have to spit it out. But yeah, I was getting $10 an hour working on that, but I was only working 20 hours a week. But that was actually really cool. But production stalled. These things happen, and the production thing is you start working on proof of concepts, and then things will start going a little wonky, and then they have to get things back on track. And so we were working on proofs of concept. We're working on the pilot, but the pilot was kind of, it was not written quite in a episodic style, and so I was trying to help that out. Whatever. We're still trying to work on it. We're getting more people. I was the only animator. So it's gonna be forever until it was finished in the first place. I think we now got a new guy to help with animation. I don't know. I feel a little out of the loop. This was a couple months ago. But yeah, so I'm promoting it. This is me promoting it. It's an awesome concept, awesome idea. It needs more work. We're working on it. But yeah, the thing is, we really need to get some hype behind it and like get the concept kind of out there, like attack the market with the concept so that we can like get more money. There's a GoFundMe for it. I don't know. Maybe I can slap the link somewhere. There's a GoFundMe for it, but we haven't got a lot of money from it because it needs better PR. That's the thing. When you're making animations and stuff, like if you're gonna go crowdfunding, you have to get the people behind it. You have to like make a trailer and get people behind it, and then from there you can go. But right now, nobody has a big enough audience to push it through. We just have a bunch of friends who are like, oh, we'll give it a couple of bucks, and that's about it. And so we need to get it out there. We need to get it big. Like, but right now, I only have like, what, 20 subscribers? The vast majority of my subscribers aren't going to throw money at that project yet, at least. They need to be confident in my abilities and their abilities to write it. So, yeah. Gonna add in a few frames at the beginning of the can just sitting there. Oh, here's a cool trick. Check this out, okay? So if I stop this, and then I select all of these. So you hit Shift, hit frame 24, hit Shift, hit frame 0, grab and move this over 24 frames. Right. It's not letting me do that. Let's try it again. There we go. Move it over about 24 frames. So we have a couple of seconds of anticipation. So yeah, so that's what this is here. Let me turn these off because they're getting. Turn this off. Okay. So anticipation is when we start seeing like the cans start up, right? That's the anticipation. So we have this can here. It's sitting here. What's happening? I don't know. And then, oh no, it starts bulging. And then it explodes. And there's some follow through. I love the can lid flying off. And then I kind of slowed it down a little bit here. And floating that way. So here, I'm going to do what I like to call a flicker. Where I start here with the can. We're going to pull that all the way over here. So there's the can. I might refine this can a little bit more. Better. So yeah. So we have a can here, right? We're going to build anticipation. I'm going to grab this can. It's hanging out here. It's having a good time. Then I'm going to go 2 frames and then redraw the can, right? Because if it's static all by itself, sitting there, it looks like just a drawing, right? But if we flicker it between these two, so if I take this and I clone keyframe and I paste keyframe and then I go 1, 2, 3, 4. We paste keyframe 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, something's not happening, right? Oh, well, let me paste it because it's not the okay. Copy keyframe. Paste keyframe. Go for paste keyframe. Go for paste keyframe. Go for paste keyframe. Go for paste keyframe. Now we go to the first keyframe and we go copy keyframe. Paste keyframe. Paste keyframe. Paste keyframe. Paste keyframe. Okay. So now we make this the starting frame. Oops. Start time. And then we go here. And we set end time. Play. Now we have this little flicker of the can. I should have made the can a little bit better. But the point is that it's there and it's still alive, pretty much. You typically do this with people like in anime, they do it all the time with their eyes, right? Like they'll have like their eyes flicker so that you know that there's still one, it creates a little bit more of like an uncertain emotion, and then on top of that, it makes it to where it doesn't look dead, like it just one painting that they just left there for 5 seconds, right? Which sometimes you can tell, like some of the like if you have like an anime classroom scene, a lot of the other characters that are sitting in the background don't move at all. They're just like, I am not even a person, I'm just a cardboard cutout, right? But yeah, so we have our flickering can that then just kind of blows up. Okay, so if we set in time to 45, so we have it sitting there all the BWOWM! Yep. So yeah, so if if you start animation, if you want to start animation, you should because it's cool and you learn a lot about life. But on top of that, you should start with things that aren't your favorite character running, right? Um, Run cycles are fun and all, but like if they're just sitting there doing nothing, if they're sitting there running and you can't really tell all of what's happening that way, right? You're now having to draw this intricate character over and over again until suddenly you uh and then it doesn't look good because you're not up your skills aren't up to par, and then you get discouraged and you get mad and hate yourself. But like explosions and stuff, like there's some general rules, but you can't really mess up an explosion, right? The bouncing water balloon I did earlier with the water, that honestly wasn't that great of an animation, but like it's hard to get that wrong, right? Okay, I guess we're gonna color this because I want to color it, but coloring it is kind of a pain in the butt. uh, you'll get what I mean here in a second when I start doing it. Okay, pause. We're gonna go to this keyframe. We're going to create a new cell. I'm gonna move this underneath the paint can. And then we're going to create a couple more. So layer 4 is going to be the can itself. Then layer 5, I think, is going to be the yellow for the explosion. Layer 6 is going to be the orange. And layer 7 is going to be the gray. Okay. And I didn't animate in the highlights and the shadows like I should have, because that's just good form. But that's what the paint layer is for. So yeah. So right now we're going to turn off onion skins. So let's exit out the onion skin. We're gonna go to layer 3. Turn off the light bulb. Then we're gonna go down to layer 4. What color should the can be? Like army green or kind of a gray? Let's do this army green gray, right? And then we're gonna switch the color utensil to be in this paintbrush. Boom. Right? And then we're going to go to frame 24. I'm cheating. It's within this boundary layer here. But this is no longer in the same boundary. So I'm going to try to color this in properly. So like that. I haven't been adding keys, so yeah. I need to add keys. Dang it. Create blank frame. And then color them in. What happened to my... Oh, that's an eraser. Never mind. Let's paint this bad boy. Like that. Right? Boop. Boop. Make sure that it's colored in. Got our little flicker going so it doesn't look friggin' dead. Here we go. Now we create blank frame. Color this in. Then I'll do shadows next. Now that it's populated with keys, it should, yeah, just create a new keyframe. Yeah. There you go. That's what I was trying to have it do earlier, and it just kind of didn't work. I don't know. This is Krita 5. I'm used to Krita 4.16, something like that. So, we have new Kritas, bruh. New Kritas. And now it's freaking gone. And like, the fill tool would be cool, but the fill tool doesn't work the greatest on clipping masks, except for I think it might work now because I'm using Krita 5 instead of Krita 4, and I think they fixed that up, but like, I don't know. I don't know, I have to figure out the software again because it's new. It's new, guys, it's new. Not sponsored, but hey, go download Krita and try this out. It's free, easy to use. For the most part, you just gotta learn it. Like everything else in life. Just gotta learn how it works, and once you learn how it works, you're good to go. And like, you could use a mouse for this. I would not recommend, but you can get like a cheap drawing tablet for like 20 bucks. My first drawing tablet was like 10 bucks. And like, I got that as like a hand-me-down. So technically I got it for free, but like, that's not everybody's use case. That's not the scenario everybody's in. I'll rephrase it that way. Because that's not everybody's scenario, I don't want to recommend, oh yeah, you just find one on the street, right? Yeah, free. That's dumb. But no, okay, so we go back to scene 1. Now we're gonna have a shadow color, which I think a good shadow color would be this dark green. And then we just add that to the... Oh no! It's the same color as my background! I'm kidding. I'm pretty certain that I had... Yep. That was the eraser. That doesn't look too good. Let's fix it. Um. Let me just hit that green again. Come in here and clean it up like that. There we go. But yeah, so you could get a pen tablet for pretty cheap. And I mean like, what I mean by like pen tablet, I mean um, like the tablets that you get that are I mean like the tablets that you get that are they don't have a screen on them. They're just you just USB plug them in, has a pen and a big like black space for you to draw on. Those are honestly they're cheap. They're easy. You gotta figure out how to get the drawing and like your eye to figure out how drawing works with your computer screen like that. But that's what I recommend you use. And then as you go, you can after you figure out that yes, this is something I want to keep doing, or if I just or not, you can go in and get the more expensive tablets that have like a screen on it and stuff. Or if you have like a Surface or something like that. But that's an investment that I think you should figure out if you want to keep doing this first before you make those kind of investments. That's what I'm trying to say. Am I making sense? I don't know. Nobody's commenting on anything. Oh man, I don't know. Am I just bad at life? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we're doing good, guys. Y'all got my back, right? Some of this music is really bopping, but some of it is just confusing to my ears. Spending so much time on this stupid can lid. It's okay. Can lid deserves it. It's a gorgeous piece of gross material. I don't know. Are you guys able to track this with your eyes? It's a new question. Can you track the can lid with your eyes when I hit play? I want to know. Let me know in the comments. Can't track it too well. One, you're kind of not supposed to. And two, I don't know. I think I put them too far apart. I might actually, like, give it some motion blur, like motion lines to, like, help your brain piece it together. Okay, let's hit play. See what happens. I think it being colored makes it easier for you to actually see it. I just love how it flops off screen. It's pretty nice. There we go. So color number 1 finished. Color number 2, we're going to do the orange. And we only have to do from this frame to this frame with the orange. So, or with the yellow. I don't know. I think that's cool. By the time the gray should and the orange should be popping in. So let's try this overly saturated orange. Let's do the orange first, and then we can do the yellow. So let's start at frame 27 with the orange. Wait, yeah, layer 5, okay. Brighten it up from the darkness. From the dankness. You draw messy and then you clean it up. That's how I do it. You know what? Honestly, I feel like that's the way pretty much everybody does it. You draw messy, you come in, you clean it up, Act like you never drew Messi in the first place. And then some people will believe it and be like, you are an art god. And I'll be like, haha, fooled you. Oh man, that sounds so dumb. Okay. So yeah, my plan is to archive it so that you guys can watch this later. And then also, I want to speed it up, turn it into a time lapse kind of like speed draw situation, so that people can watch it and not have to deal with my incessant rambling. They just get the fun bits, all the rough edges get sanded off. Yeah, put a little orange reflection on the can. So yeah, animation is really cool because it requires you to understand physics, color theory, art altogether. And then you have to also be creative and problem solve and such. So yeah, I'm planning on trying to do some art streams like this. I want to be able to do it on Twitch and YouTube, so you can use your preferred method of watching, but I can't seem to get OBS to do that yet. At the moment, it's like, do you want to stream here or here? No, you can stream both places. Stream either here or here. Like, that's annoying. But I want to stream here and here. So yeah, so the plan is to somehow start streaming on both platforms. But I'm using Twitch right now to stream games. Right now I'm streaming Batman, the Arkham series. Yeah, I don't use Twitch too much. Like, I don't watch people on Twitch. The only people I really started watching on Twitch was Critical Role. Back when they first started. I caught myself all the way up. Because they didn't start putting things out on YouTube until a lot later. Like it was like 2 weeks behind or something. So I got myself caught up as much as I possibly could. And then just and then started watching it live. It was a lot of fun. And then they were streaming on Geek and Sundry's channel. So I started watching some Geek and Sundry stuff, waiting for Critical Role to happen so I could watch it live. But like, I don't know. I didn't really stay on Twitch. And now I'm trying to stream on Twitch. So that's fun. Just trying to make sure that you guys can hear me. Yeah, I have a friend that does music, and he said that he's gonna get me some soundtracks that I can use for streaming and for animations. So that's gonna be cool. I look Looking forward to that. Yeah, I think after I get done coloring this, I'll end the stream and then go eat some food. Because all I've had today was some pizza. So, some ideas. So right now I'm coloring in orange all over this place. And I'm going to have the gray coming around from the outside. Oh yeah, so the software I'm using is Krita. It's like Photoshop, but like specifically designed for artists instead of touching up photos. So yeah, it's free. It's open source. If you want to get it through the Windows Store, it's expensive. Well, not really expensive, but it costs money, which is more than I want to spend. But no, it's Krita itself is free. If you go to the Krita's website, and you can download 5 for free. The 5th edition is pretty awesome. How do I spell that? It's actually in the description if you want to look there, but it's Krita, Krita. But yeah, Krita's really cool. I started using Krita a few years back because I was looking for. So I used to have Photoshop. My mom is a teacher, and her computer had Photoshop on it for school. The school paid for it. And I used my mom's computer for doing digital art. And then I used the school computer for digital art, and they had it on the school computers. And then I got my own place and whatnot. And my mom bought me a license for it for a bit, but then it's like you have to spend X amount a month on it, which is awful. I hate that. I hate that. And so I was looking into alternatives, and they're like, you could do GIMP. And at the time, I looked up GIMP, and it was not there. And Paint Tool Sai is cheaper. It's a one-time payment, and it's a lot cheaper. But I was, a starving artist. So I was like, is there any better free options? And looked into it, and they're like, Krita. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And so I started using Krita. So yeah, that's my Krita story. Yeah, I want a user-friendly, easy to use, cheap software. And GIMP was not that when I first looked into it. I don't know what it is like now, but it was not what I wanted. Because I was used to Photoshop, and I didn't like what I was seeing in GIMP. So I was like, GIMP is gross. Windows Paint has also like gotten a lot better, to be honest, which I think is hilarious. Windows Paint, when they first released Windows 10, is actually not bad, but Krita was better. So because Krita being better, I switched over to Krita, and I haven't really looked back since. Because it can do everything I want out of this software, this kind of software I have. Um, I can do animation. I can do I can do so I can do animation. I can do illustration. I can do speed paints. I can do all sorts of cool stuff with it, and I love it. Not sponsored by Krita, but Krita is a free open source situation, so they're not going to sponsor me in the first place, I guess. But maybe they would. Krita, if you want to sponsor me, I am here for you. Oh man. Has anyone seen Arcane from Netflix? Arcane's really cool. Great storytelling. 100% recommend. It is a little bit adult, though, which kind of annoys me. Like, since, like, Game of Thrones got really popular, since then, every freaking historical drama and, like, fantasy thing is freaking has nudity in it. Arcane is TV-14. It doesn't have a ton of nudity in it, but they do show people, like, sleeping together and stuff. But, like, bro, just stop. I don't want to see that. Like, The Witcher? Oh, ew. Like, no joke. Like, I love the concept of The Witcher, and, like, it would be straight up my alley of something for me to watch. But, like, I don't want to see sex every 5 seconds and, like, nude people all the freaking time. Like, I don't like it. Like, I wouldn't say I'm super religious or anything, but, like, I don't want to watch practically porn all the time. And I really like fantasy, and all of fantasy has decided, yes. Do you know what these guys want to see? Is it cool magic systems and escapist fantasies? Nah. They want to see nipples. I'm like, stop it. I don't know. You guys can have your own opinions about that, but, like, it's needless. It's needless, and it needs to stop. And it's always like, oh, look at me. I'm so adult. This is adult fantasy. Obviously, you see, look. Oh, look. Ooh. I'm Game of Thrones now. And I'm like, stop it. There's no reason for it. Like Marco Polo. Oh man. I understand. The Huns have billions of concubines. But, like, we don't have to see it constantly. The problem is, ratings, I guess, go up when you do it. So, it puts people in seats, I guess. But it really puts me off about it. I don't know why I'm still talking about it, but, like, honestly, get your act together. Like, all movie peoples. It's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the cool story and not the fan service. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like anime. Don't get me wrong, some of their animation styles are pretty cool. I don't like how they draw people, though. But their action's really cool. And then... oh man, it's getting late. Let's try to get this done as quickly as possible. Coloring. Coloring, I tell you right now. Coloring always takes the longest because you have to put in one color and then the next color and then the next color. It's like a coloring book. Except for the color never ends. Never ending coloring book of doom! But color is nice. Makes everything pop and look better. But like... I shouldn't need it after this. So we're gonna create a blank frame. We're done with orange. Orange is finished. Now on to layer 6. We're now gonna do the gray. Oh no, I need to do the yellow. Yellow only needs to be from frame 27 to frame 25. So yellow shouldn't be so hard. That's a good yellow. There. Are you a good yellow? It's not a good yellow, but it's a good enough yellow, so I guess I'll just use it. Who said you had to color in the lines? I never did. Not that I've never colored in the lines. I'm just saying I never told you that you had to. That's what I'm trying to say. gives that much, that rougher aesthetic. Right? Yeah. That's what we want, right? Boom. Edit. Undo. Where is the problem? It should just fill. It should just fill. Ah. It doesn't. Okay, undo. Undo, undo, undo. That's what we should do here. Yes? Okay, I need a moment. Yeah, so they're banging down my door, trying to let me know that there's food ready. Which is nice. It's nice. But, like, really want to get this finished this stream. This is why you buy a colorist. You don't actually buy a colorist, but, like, why am I on layer 4? Who layer 4'd me? Whatever. Let's go to friggin' layer 6, where we should be. But, layer 4, layer 6. Let's get rid of layer 4. Boom. Right? Okay, so we're on layer 6. And then we're on layer 4 here. Fine, I guess. Let's go here. Turn off layer 4. Paint up layer 6 where the yellow should be. No wonder I was getting weird problems. This next one, then. For some reason my button there doesn't really like to click. It's time. I need a new stylus. Yeah, this is still looking good, so. Bro, I'm getting some strange deja vu right now. But it's okay. I got this. I got this. It's cool. Yeah, bro, I can't wait until get some music from my buddy. He works in music stuff, and he's gonna let me get some cool streaming music. He's gonna make me some cool streaming music, and I'm totally for that, bro. I like the concept of us making of making content using other people's content that help make it. You know, if that makes sense. Like, I like working with people. How about that? That makes more sense to what I'm trying to say. I like I like working with people who are passionate about their work, right? And I want to promote their work as much as I promote my own work. Right? They work hard. They do cool stuff. They deserve some attention. Okay. Okay, so I've got my orange, my yellow, my greens. Now I just need my grays. Boom. Gray should be cool. It should tie this whole thing together. Let's look at it the way it is right now. Hit the stop button, we hit play. Right now we got our green. There we go. That's amazing. Yeah, so now we take some gray, some dark gray, and we punch the accents and we make the smoke out of it, right? So 24 is when we start. Get that pop in there. That really emphasizes the explosion. And it's only there for one frame. And it really emphasizes the boom. Really, it shocks the senses. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Okay. It's frame 27. Doesn't need any gray. Nor do we need gray on 28. Maybe a little on 29. But we definitely need some on 30. So I'm thinking 30 to 45. 30 to 45 needs gray. Okay. let's use the trusty, dusty. So let's go into this red area, nice and warm, and then desaturate the crap out of it. Let's warm it up with a little bit more yellow in there. There we go. Desaturate it, make it dark. That's a cool color. That's the color we're gonna use. Okay. And I'm gonna use this airbrush. And then I need a clipping mask, but I don't know how to do that at the moment. So I'm just gonna wing it. And then fix it with the eraser. What? Oh no. Okay. Let me fix this. Eraser, but I'm gonna come over here with this eraser, right? And now we just erase all of this. Oh, dang it. This is not as good as I wanted it to be. I'm so sorry. I screwed this up. Okay. Let's just delete layer 7. Layer 7, we're gonna just delete you. Remove layer. And then add a layer. For layer 7. It's dead. Okay. Now, we're gonna pop it over here. Got this brown gray. Dang it. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna have to do. There's a certain effect I want to do. So I'm gonna have to go here. Nope. And then this. That should. There we go. So what I'm doing is I'm graying out the parts that are touching the air, cooling them down. So we're getting these cool spots. These cool spots are going to be up and around like this. It's going to overlap these things here. Right, and then this next one. Oh no. Okay. Put this bad boy, put it right there. No. Undo. Undo. I'm gonna grab you and put you on layer 7 on 30. Boom, like that. Okay. Okay. So this next one, we're gonna just create Blake frame. Would you draw, please? No, we're on the eraser mode. Never mind. Okay. So the concept that we're dealing with right now is that the gray is slowly encroaching upon this orange and slowly turning it gray. So the gray is eating the orange, which is a hilarious way of saying that, but like it's eating it like it's an orange. So edges between here are getting blurred into more gray and more orange until the cloud itself is just a gray cloud. And certain areas are like expanding out and still have like orange goop coming out, but it's all turning into gray. And like these little hints of cloud are going to be gray smoke, which I don't believe. Okay. A little bit of that gray coming out. When do we switch to twos? Here we switch to twos, okay. Trying to make these clean, negative orange spaces, which is kind of hard to do with this brush to begin with. But I think we're doing it. These wisps smoke on the ground. Then we go to this next one, which seems exactly the same. This one, which is different. So we're going to create a blank frame there. I don't know. It seems a little choppy to me, but like, it's an explosion and it flies past pretty fast, so it's not like there's a lot you really need to do to smooth it out. Then we go here like this. Fill this part in here. I like having that orange bleed in just a little bit. Really like the encroaching gray. But yeah, so like this is expanding and contracting constantly, so I'm not 100% following the red guidelines that exist here for me. One more to seal them off. But yeah, if you like what you've been watching, if you like have sitting around having fun with me, um, tell your friends. Let them know what they're missing out on. But only if you think that they'd like it. If they don't think that they would like it, then don't send them my way. But then again, any little bit helps. Like, comment, subscribe, if you want to. If you don't want to, well then you don't have to. That's your mom. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. But yeah, but it'd be cool if you did, bro. I think I can turn this off now. Just. Yeah. Mushroom Cloud Mustache. TM. Trademark. Can't use it. This is my Senor Mustache. Senor. Senor Mushroom Cloud. TM. Trademarked. I'm kidding. I don't have a trademark on this. But if somebody else does have the trademark on it, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to steal your thunder, bruh. Okay, edit, undo. Where am I missing? I hate that. Should be all connected now. See, look, boom, connected. Now, work. Thank you. Okay, now let's check it out in color, guys. Let's do it, brah. Play. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me know what you guys think. Well, I'm gonna save it. File. Save. Explosion. What? And save. Well, yep. So I'm going to take these finished pieces and I'm going to upload them either later today or tomorrow. And as their own separate video. And then I'm going to try to do all the editing on this to have it out on Monday. So I'm going to go. I'm going to eat some food if there's any food left. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Yeah, so bye guys.